Welcome to the August Ordinary Council meeting of Dubbo Regional Council. I advise that this meeting is being live streamed to the internet. All those present should refrain from making any defamatory statements, and upon joining these online meetings you accept the condition that your image may be recorded and streamed to the internet, as well as being retained in the archive of the recorded council meetings and standing committee meetings. I now open the August Ordinary meeting, the time being 5:30 p.m. Councillor Butler, please, with the prayer.
Yes, Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this meeting tonight. I just pray, Lord, that we would discuss things and that they would, Lord, that we would have your wisdom in regarding to making decisions, and that you would help us to come to a degree of unity as a council. These things we ask in your name. Amen.
Yeah, amen. Acknowledgement of country, Councillor Wells, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge the Wiradjuri people who are the traditional custodians of the land that we are all gathered here today. I would also like to pay my respects to the elders past, present of the Wiradjuri Nation, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal people in the room, and extend that respect to all people in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Item CCL 25/200, leave of absence. I've received an apology from Councillor Jen Cowley. Can I have someone move that Councillor Cowley's request for a leave of absence be approved, please? Move Councillor Ryan, seconded Councillor Wells. I will just do it with hands, I think. We don't have it on the thing. Yep. All those in favour of granting that leave of absence? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. Please note Councillors Chowdhury and Dickerson will be attending via audio-visual link, and the CEO, Mr Murray Wood, is travelling back from Coffs Harbour and will be here about 6 o'clock, and Ms Bassingwaite will be acting CEO in Mr Wood's absence. CCL 25/201, conflicts of interest. Do any councillors have any conflicts that they wish to declare? Councillor Toyton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a conflict of interest at CCL 25226 as it pertains to myself. I will excuse myself from the room when this matter is being discussed.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a couple here, actually. CCL 25/222, which is the tender for the solar at the airport, which will be discussed under confidential. It's a non-pecuniary significant conflict of interest. A personal friend and a business acquaintance of mine is the part owner of a business which has submitted a tender, and I'll leave the room when we get to discussing that one. The other one is CCL 25/223, which is the, sorry, I've got that. Can you just confirm those numbers for me?
223. I've got.
What if that's the other way around, actually?
It's all right. 222 and
222 is the solar. 223 is the solar. Sorry, 222 is the solar. 333. Okay, yep. So this one is CCL 25/222, which is the solar one. The previous one I might just read out was 223, which was actually the tender for Keswick Estate, is the one I'll leave the room for. The one that I will stay, though, is CCL 25/222, which is the solar park, the solar tender one. I have a family member who's employed by DRC at the airport, and neither myself or my family member will receive any direct or indirect benefit as a result of the project, and as a result I'll remain in the room, so that one's non-pecuniary, less than significant. Thank you.
Thank you. CCL 25/202, public forum. I'll now run through the rules for public forum. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to speak. When you come forward to speak, please state your name and the item that you're speaking to. When there's 30 seconds remaining, I'll ring the bell. At 5 minutes, the bell will be rung multiple times, the microphone will be turned off, and you will conclude speaking. Registered speakers will be asked to speak first, followed by members of the gallery who also wish to speak if time allows. Gallery members should refrain from any disruptive behaviour, including clapping or jeering. I'll now call on the following registered speakers. First up, we have Jada Parsons with the Urban Tree Canopy, please.
Jada Parsons, Urban Tree Canopy. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'd firstly like to pay my respect to the traditional owners of this land, the Tubbergar people. I am President of the Dubbo Field Naturalist and Conservation Society, and speaking tonight on behalf of the group known as Dubbo Needs Trees. We have 30 or so members, including several community organisations who are working together because Dubbo and Wellington desperately need more trees. We all live on this land. We walk these streets, feel the heat of summer, and watch the seasons shift. You as councillors and staff are also residents too, part of the same landscape, the same community, the same shared responsibility. I'm here tonight to ask you to work with us, to expand our urban canopy, not just with more trees, but with native species, and layered understory that reflect the true character of this region. Your own studies and reports have laid out the risks and solutions. It's projected that by 2070, Dubbo could experience up to 27 additional days over 35 degrees each year. That's not just uncomfortable. It's a public health challenge, an infrastructure strain, and an ecological stressor. But previous street tree plantings show what's possible. By planting introduced species of trees and implementing water-sensitive urban design, you have achieved a projected 300% increase in shade and a 20-degree reduction in surface temperature. That's transformative, and it's just the beginning. Imagine what we could achieve if we scaled up that model using native canopy species, eucalypts, casuarinas, acacias, and understory layers of shrubs, grasses, and ground covers that support biodiversity, retain soil moisture, and create habitat. These plants support the birds, insects, and mammals that also call Dubbo and Wellington home. They are residents too, and they are essential. I'd also like to highlight the importance of community engagement in sustaining these efforts. That's where we come in. Volunteer groups, including land care networks, river care, bird watchers, and residents, are ready to help. What we need is coordination, support, and a shared vision. And we need something else. We need your active backing when we seek external funding. Just recently, one of our members spent weeks trying via multiple channels to obtain a simple letter of permission from the council in order to apply for a grant to support tree planting. Without council endorsement, these applications stall. We're not necessarily asking council for financial resources, we're asking for collaboration, a letter of support, a shared plan, a willingness to co-sign the vision. Working together is what unlocks funding. That's what turns ideas into action. So today, we propose supporting volunteers and volunteer organisations, celebrating biodiversity gains, such as returning species and cooling effects, embedding native canopy goals into planning and development, ensuring every new build contributes to habitat and shade, and partnering on grant applications so we can bring in external funding to support shared goals. This is about resilience, yes, but also about belonging. Native vegetation is more than infrastructure. It's a living connection to country, to culture, and to each other. Let's make Dubbo and Wellington cooler, greener, and more alive, not just for us, but for every resident, including you. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to a thriving region.
Thank you. Next up, we have Claire Pearson from Little Wings.
Good evening. My name's Claire Pearson. I'm the CEO at Little Wings, and I'm here to talk about our program, Medical Wings. Little Wings is a service based in Bankstown and Cessnock airports. On a daily basis, we fly all around regional and remote New South Wales, providing free air and ground transport for seriously ill or injured children in remote locations, flying them into major cities to access life-saving medical treatment that isn't available in their hometowns. Little Wings is a completely free service and it's unlimited. In addition to this, we provide a program called Medical Wings. Medical Wings is where we take medical specialists from the city out to regional locations on a regular and routine basis to deliver clinics that ease the pressure on the healthcare systems in the regions, address the mounting waiting lists, and also ensure that children have the tools, the diagnosis, and the support to thrive. In March of this year, the New South Wales Government identified regional New South Wales healthcare in crisis, particularly when it comes to paediatric and obstetric care. We see Little Wings as part of the solution to this, bringing in city-based specialists into the region to make sure that we can supplement the services that already exist. Whilst Dubbo does have an efficient hospital, it does have enormous pressure on that system. We know that children that have a medical condition that are referred to a paediatrician are on a waiting list for between 18 months to 2 years. But any child with behavioural, mental health, or developmental needs are no longer being received by the hospital. This is putting enormous pressure on the surrounding towns and seeing children present to Dubbo Hospital in the emergency department unnecessarily. In delivering the Medical Wings program, we ease that process. We identify these needs early, we refer them to the NDIS, and we support them in the services that they need to ease that pressure. We have seen this model work at John Hunter Children's Hospital, reducing the unnecessary referrals by 85%, meaning that doctors in your hospital can focus on what they need to in the hospital system. The most important thing with these clinics is that we work with community. We have a number of GPs and the Aboriginal medical services here in Wellington and in Dubbo keen to help us host these clinics. In doing so, we're able to triage, support families, refer to the NDIS, and ensure that families have the continuity of care between clinics. What we also need to make sure is that we have the funding to sustain these clinics, because sustainability is the most important thing. Making sure that families can trust these services and know that these doctors will show up, they can build rapport, and that there's cultural safety around the way that they are delivered. We have specialists that are willing to deliver these services, but every mission costs us $1,500. We are seeking support from the council to help us fund monthly missions into Dubbo. This is $18,000 a year and would align with your strategy to deliver healthy and vibrant communities. If the council is unable to do this in full, which is completely understandable, a portion would help us focus and commence delivery whilst we work to raise the funds elsewhere. Each aircraft can carry 5 specialists. We would identify these specialists based on the needs in the community. We don't assume, we work with the local services. Each community has different needs, whether that be physical, paediatricians, obstetrics, mental health, and we will fill that plane and bring them out every month. It is completely free for the specialist to come out, and we also provide the road transport to make it as easy and sustainable as possible. Part of the commitment we ask from those specialists is that they don't charge a gap fee, making sure we can remove those barriers for children and families, and that every child can access care and no child is left behind. Little Wings is not a government-funded organisation. We receive less than 5% of our total funding from either federal or state funding. So we need communities to support us in delivering these services. In the last 4 years, we've had a 400% increase in service demand, and we need support in order to deliver this. Little Wings own our aircraft. We have 5 in total. We service them, we maintain them, and we train our pilots on how we want them flown, increasing our safety rating. And all of our pilots are commercial pilots, making sure that we deliver a quality service, even though it's free, and families feel safe and supported. So I will put in a formal request. However, I'm here to speak to each of you tonight to thank you for your time and to hope that we can work together, because essentially we can't do it on our own. We did 127 clinics across New South Wales last year. Dubbo was our second busiest across New South Wales, ACT and Queensland. We know the demand here is very high and we want to be part of that solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mrs. Margaret McDonald on pest bird management.
Good evening, Mr Mayor and councillors and staff. My name is Margaret McDonald. I am Dubbo Environment Group President and this group is the administrator of Dubbo Indian Miner Control Program. I come to you today to remind you of the problem that we have with pest birds in our LGA. I come to remind you that in February, when Councillor Toynton placed this issue on the agenda, that every councillor agreed to asking for a staff report on the issue. In April, a report was duly tabled. This report did not cite the quantity of pest birds in our LGA. It did not report the increase in numbers over the last 5 years, the damage that they caused to our specific environmental resources, to our businesses, or to our tourism. No prospective plan to manage pest birds was suggested in this report. Councillors, our Dubbo Indian Miner Control Program was congratulated for getting this issue onto the council agenda by 4,000 Facebook members and every Indian miner control group in Eastern Australia. We all follow each other and look for progress. They wait for our council's example. It is now nearly September when Indian miners begin breeding again. Our control program has in this month eradicated its 7,000th Indian miner in central west New South Wales. That's the ones that have been reported. We have distributed over 270 individual traps and built 5 aviary traps on trailers. But we are not winning the war. Thousands of flocks are now in every town and village, north, south, west and east of Dubbo. 10 times the number have been sighted in urban Dubbo than was sighted last year. And we do have reports of sightings frequently. Some miners have been making their way deeper into the suburbs. We have them in Douglas Mawson car park, Douglas Mawson Drive dog park now. We have them in Homewood. We have them in a vacant block adjacent to North Dubbo Primary School. Recently, just the last month in fact, Tamworth Council agreed to partner Tamworth Bird Watchers in the building of an Indian miner aviary trap, which they have modelled on ours, and which this council will manage themselves. Last Friday, I had the pleasure of speaking to Daryl Townley, who is the lease owner of the Cow and Calf Hotel just across the road. And we would all have seen the Cow and Calf. I don't think it's ever seen without an adornment of pigeons across the top of its roof. These are the facts and figures that Daryl gave me. 15 times he has had a local exterminator for the price of $500 each time, and contractors to exterminate, which cost $1,200,000 a night. More than $50,000 per year is spent in cleaning fees. Pressure washers are required twice a week. Almost all the guttering has had to be replaced, which is $160,000 by the landlord, and to plug holes in the roof, replace tin sheets and the rotting timbers from beneath the iron. Because it's a health issue and they have health and safety issues, they have to clean the beer garden every week. We respectfully ask that the escalating problem of pest birds not be ignored by council. We ask that our community be given a feasible pest bird management plan from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Grant Roberts on pest bird management, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councils, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Roberts, and I'm a person who's been born and bred in this community my whole life. I wish to talk about the increasing Indian mine issue in Wellington and its surrounds. I built a Cadonia estate some 20 years ago, which is located behind the Wellington Jail facilities. During this time, we focused on regeneration, as it was old farming areas. From this regeneration, we did enjoy an increasing number of rosellas, wrens, and many other birds. However, within the last 5 years, we've experienced large numbers of Indian miner birds. We identified a small flock, so we thought, of about 15 to 20 birds. We started trapping and exceeded 65 birds in 2 traps over 3 weeks. So we're actually seeing less than 20% of what's there. Now, 2 months have passed, the numbers are back up again. Our trapping hasn't stopped, but it is quite seasonal. I've had increased numbers sighted all through Montefiores, and on my way to work this morning at the high school, there were 25 sitting just playing around on the road. It is becoming a real issue. I know travel back and forth from Newcastle, stop at Merriwa at the pie shop, as many of us do, and you can't sit there without them hopping between your legs. In Newcastle, enjoying a coffee on the beach, I've had them actually hop onto our table. We're not there, but we don't want to be there either. What I'm here for, I'm asking Council for support to develop plans and assist with trapping of our parklands reserves, educate our locals about how invasive these species are. They directly compete with our birds. They kill juvenile birds, they build nests on top of them and suffocate our natives. On the council website, it boasts that we have a bird diversity of over 270 native species. It also states that these species are declining, then gives suggestions on what we as a public can do to promote species diversity. Well, it's time. This is where we're at now, people. We need council and its constituents to come up with a plan and implement strategies to counteract this species. To be successful, we seek council support in varying forms to really give our native birds longevity. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a short amount of time remaining in public forum. If there's anyone else that would like to say anything, the same rules apply. Step up to the microphone, state your name, the topic that you'd like to speak on, and your 5 minutes will start. No compulsion on anyone. No? Righto. Thank you. That ends public forum. Next up, we have CCL 25/203, confirmation of minutes, ordinary council meeting 22 July 2025. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Wright. Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak to that?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I will put that motion through a show of hands. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Noting that Councillor Chowdhury's dropped off the live stream. We'll carry on. CCL 25/204, mayoral appointments and meetings. I will move that, seconded by Councillor Toynton. I don't have anything to say to it. Any other debate, councillors? We'll just wait a second while we get Councillor Chowdhury back in. Councillor Chowdhury's back.
Yep.
We're voting on the mayoral appointments and meetings. There being nothing, I'll put that. Show of hands again. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/205, mayoral expenses for July 2025. I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Thank you. I haven't got anything to say on it. Any other debate? There being none, we'll put that. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/206, investment under section 625 of the Local Government Act for July 2025. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Toynton, seconded by Councillor Wright. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Any other debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. CCL 25/207, report of the Infrastructure Planning and Environment Committee meeting 12 August 2025. Moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Thank you. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Any other debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. CCL 25/208, report of the Culture and Community Committee meeting 12 August 2025. Moved by Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Councillor Wells, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. CCL 25/209, report of the Corporate Services Committee meeting 12 August 2025. Moved by Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Wells. Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a bit of tidy up of an administrative correction on that one. CSC 25/52, which was the solar tender for the airport. The motion actually does list Councillor Wells twice on there. The for vote, it was actually listed Councillor Wells. It should be for myself, actually. So just an administrative error to tidy up in the minutes for that one, please.
Thank you. That'll be tidied up. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. CCL 25/210, renewable energy projects. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you.
Sorry, just with a slight amendment.
Yeah,
if I
just
may.
read the whole thing out.
That the CEO write to the local MP, the Honourable Dougal Saunders, and the Duty MLC for Dubbo, the Honourable Stephen Lawrence, asking what's been done to address the concerns of residents impacted by the RES at Boree and Hampton Park. 2, to set a reasonable time frame for a response from the above mentioned. 3, that upon receipt of a response from both, that this response be included at the first council meeting after receiving the response.
Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Butler, thank you. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just very briefly, that both the Honourable Dougal Saunders and the Honourable Stephen Lawrence have made mention in Parliament about these issues. So we'd just like to see that what actions actually are being taken. So it's about addressing our community, who a lot are behind me, who are impacted by this renewable rollout. So it's just to get some clarity on if there are actions to address it, what are those actions?
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It was only just a bit of a tidy up. I noticed Councillor Toynton referred to the RES, but then also referred to the Boree Park and Hampton Park, which aren't specifically in the RES. But I'm just wondering if you wanted to impacted by renewable energy projects in our LGA and specifically refer to those. Just so I noticed technical error is all it is, but those two projects referred to aren't actually in the RES per se. So I'll just a comment, and I'll just maybe Councillor Toynton might just want to slightly reword it.
Councillor Toynton.
Yep, I'm happy to reword that, so it's tidied up.
Righto, what's that wording going to be? And we'll get it typed down here.
My suggestion, Mr Mayor, if I can, was with respect to on the last line of point 1, what's been done to address concerns of residents impacted by renewable energy projects in our LGA, specifically solar projects at Boree Park and Boree and Hampton Park.
We'll just type that up. Okay, we've got that typed in. Councillor Toynton, are you happy with that wording?
Yep, that's perfect.
Councillor Butler as the seconder, are you happy to accept that wording as well?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Along the similar lines to Councillor Wright, I was thinking the same thing as well. But point 2 that says to set a reasonable time frame, I would actually prefer that to be tightened up, because what might be reasonable for us may be completely different to what might be reasonable for someone else. So that leaves that ambiguity in there, and I would prefer a notice of motion to have definite timeframes and a definite amount of time that we're waiting on for that.
It usually takes a couple of months to get a letter back from an MP. We could probably say 6 weeks. Would you like that in like 6 weeks? By the time it gets written, sent out, something comes back. Would that be, might want less? Councillor Toynton, if you come up with a...
That'd be perfect if we put there that 6 weeks, so that way they can't sit and say, oh, reasonable is however long it's actually, as Councillor Dickerson pointed out, to tighten that up, to say, let's not let it go, oh, well, we're busy. Like, we want answers and we want them pretty well rapidly. So I'm happy to have that tidy up put in there. Thank
So
you.
2 might be to set a time frame of 6 weeks maximum for a response from the above mentioned. Yep. Councillor Butler, seconder, happy with that? Yep. Further debate, councillors? Right, there being none, we will put that motion then. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried 9 votes to 1. CCL 25/211, Council's role in grants. Councillor Richardson, would you like to move your motion, please?
Yes, thank you. So moved.
Righto, as in the papers, a seconder. Councillor Toynton, thank you. Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. I think it's pretty self-explanatory what I've actually asked for the CEO to actually provide a report to us, just outlining council's role in grants, in accessing them, in how they apply for them, and the numbers, total value and success rate of our grant applications. I believe that's very important for the community if we want to be transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried 8 votes to 2. CCL 25/212, council responses to renewable energy projects. I'll move my notice of motion. I'll read it out. 1, that council's draft responses to state government Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, to the State Government Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure for any state significant development project be provided to council for consideration at a council meeting if written request is made by 2 or more councillors. Point 2, that draft responses are to be provided to council for consideration at the meeting as referred to in 1 above at the following stages. At the scoping stage with input into the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements, and the second bullet point, at the planning assessment stage when the environmental impact statement is placed on public display. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Butler, thank you. I'll speak briefly to that. Look, this is just really so that councillors get a say on what the report is that goes back to the Planning Department, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. It can be for any state significant development, but it's more than likely going to be for renewable projects. That seems to be what causes the most amount of contention in our community. And as elected officials, we should really have the final say and put our name to that. What goes back and what we actually want to see in that report. And so staff do the report, comes back to us, probably have to have an extraordinary meeting unless all the planets align. And basically it's councillors, we're the elected officials. There's our recommendation back to the State Government Planning Department. Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Question actually, maybe through you to one of the staff, just with respect to each of those stages referred to. Are they also the stages that the community will also have an opportunity to provide their feedback or input into that SEARS document, or even the planning assessment stage? Are they different stages where community can do that? I wonder if you could provide a bit of clarity around that.
The acting CEO.
Through to Mr Jennings, relevant director.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So at the Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements, that's when the scoping report goes into the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. Council does have input, or can have input, into what's basically included in those SEARS, or that Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements. In respect of whether public submissions can be provided at that stage, ordinarily no. However, I know that both the Boree and the Hampton Park Group have been in touch with the Department of Planning and are seeking some guidance around that as well. In respect of the EIS stage, that's when public submissions, along with councils, can make a submission, most definitely in respect to the project. Also, an offer that was made both from the Chief Executive Officer and myself to the Hampton Park Group and the Boree Group was to include one submission from their relevant groups with council's submission in respect of that SEARS stage as well. So, yeah, we've been in discussion with both groups, and we'll keep working through that as we go along.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Wright? Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. CCL 25/213, Australia Day events, Dubbo and Wellington. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your notice of rescission?
So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The reason for the notice of rescission is the previous resolution of council to have it on the 25th on both days has brought out the absolute worst of our community. We've copped phone calls, emails, letters of hate for the motion. We've had people abused, sworn at. We've made local, state, we've even, the Meltwater News has picked it up. It says the Daily Mail of the UK has picked this up. So a decision that's made basically worldwide headlines for the wrong reasons. So this is part of a response to the community who has had absolute anger towards us to say, we can try and put this rescission forward. That's the only thing that we can do. Other than that, the decision will ultimately stand, whether we're in favour of that day or not, like the change to the 25th on both days. This is basically our last chance to address the community's concerns, but other than this, I would expect the community to behave and not swear at us and not abuse us when we are trying to help and trying to work out a compromise that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I will not be supporting this notice of rescission. I stand by the outcome of the vote at last council meeting, where there was 6-3. We had lots of debate around the reasons. Everyone had an opportunity to speak to it then. I would have to agree with Councillor Toynton that there has been a lot of media dispute over the last month or so. However, I've also seen a lot of positive information on some of the social media platforms, and some really good emails and people congratulating Dubbo Regional Council for taking that very first step in doing something that is, obviously we cannot change the date. We don't have that legislative authority, but we can make a step in the right direction to lock arms in solidarity and to do something for the whole community to engage. So I won't be able to support this rescission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a big respect whatever the outcome last council you guys all taken, but I would put this rescission motion. I'm supporting this rescission motion because as Councillor Taunton said, we have received a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails. So I'm showing my support to that community that we've been heard your concern, and I'm pushing again for 25th of January for both event. And let's see if and I'm also requesting all the councillor to bring it back to 25th of both ceremonies, Dubbo and Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Chowdhury means 26 there. I
Oh,
take.
sorry, 26. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, it's all right. Fine. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Ivey.
Mr Mayor, I obviously will speak against the motion. I'm as proud as anyone in Australia of the 26th of January. The 26th of January is Australia Day. It is important for all Australians. It's important because it's important for a number of reasons. It's important because, yes, it does recognise British settlement of this country, but it also recognises the fact that 40, 50, 60,000 years of Indigenous occupation of this continent effectively came to an end on the 26th of January, 1788. It happened. There's no doubt about it. There's arguments about whether it was inevitable, but the fact is it happened, and it had profound effects on those Indigenous people. I think it is fair, and if I were Indigenous, I would want to recognise the 26th of January as being an incredibly important day. I recognise the day my parents died. They died many years ago. I still remember the day they died. I don't celebrate it, but it is a very important day to me. And so I think that really that it's fair that Indigenous people do look upon the 26th of January in a different way than what we perhaps have done traditionally. We also should, as a community, Indigenous, non-Indigenous, immigrants that have come in here, recognise the 26th of January as being the day that we can appreciate all that is Australian, that it is a fantastic country, and it's come about for a multitude of reasons. So I think, again, another reason for celebrating the 26th of January. But in doing that, let's allow people to celebrate the 26th of January as they wish. Let them think about it and celebrate it as they wish. And if that means having our ceremony on the 25th so that people can then have the 26th as they wish to celebrate it, then that is a very good move. That is what we should do. I can tell you we have had it on the 25th of January in Wellington for the last 3 years. I can't remember the first Australia Day ambassador, but the last two Australia Day ambassadors who are appointed by the Commonwealth to celebrate Australia Day have said to me personally and in emails, well done for what you're doing. It is so important that we just take a move to let people celebrate the 26th as it is by having the ceremony on the 25th. Again, as I've said a number of times, that is perfectly consistent with what the federal government do in celebrating Australia Day. When do we have the Australian of the Year celebrations? We have it on the 25th. We have it on the 25th so that the Australian Day ambassador, or whoever he is, the Australian of the Year, can go out on the 26th and really start to perform his duties. It's not denigrating, it's not taking it away from the 26th, it's actually enhancing the 26th. So for goodness sake, let's have the ceremony on the 25th and recognise that the 26th is so important. Councillor Toyton says, "Oh, we've had so much feedback, all these bad emails, all the nasty comments." That says something about the people who are making the comments. That says something about the opponents. The people who are in favour of it are not going to go down to the gutter to do that. The fact that those sorts of people are saying what they say, if I were you, I would say, boy, if they're saying that, I'm not one of them. I don't want to be one of them. I want to stand up for what I really think is right. Let's leave it as it is. Thank you.
Further debate, councillors. Councillor Butler.
Yeah, so I just wanted to support the motion that Councillor Toyton's put forward. I do think the previous setting was somewhat fairer in the sense that you had a choice, that you did have one ceremony at least on the 26th and one on the 25th, and then I think that was fair and inclusive on everyone. I think having both ceremonies moved has reduced the how would you call it, the accessibility of the day, and certainly, as Councillor Toynton says, we're getting quite a bit of feedback, negative feedback, in the sense that people are concerned that, you know, that obviously they recognise there are certain people that see it in a different way, so they can be on the 25th. Other people are quite upset that it's been moved. So I think the fairest thing would be to have both options available. I think that then everybody is to some degree catered for, and I think that's a democratic decision in that sense. So I certainly would like to support the rescission motion, just even on a sense of fairness, that it go back to where it was. And I think too, what I'm understanding is there's an undercurrent that interprets the moving of it to the 25th as somehow a rejection of our past as you know, as evil or bad to some discretion. So I'd just like to appeal to a sense of fairness that everybody can avail themselves on the day. If they want to be a person that sees the 25th as more important, that's great. And if they see the 26th as more important, that's great too. But the way the current motion stands, that is exclusive, I feel, and I think the whole point of the original intent of a Australia Day celebration to cater to all people groups was the idea. So I feel this motion is actually taking a backward step in terms of catering to everybody. So I just feel, please, if you'd support the rescission motion, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I must say I wasn't present at the previous council meeting when this item was discussed, although I did take the liberty of going back and just watching the recording and listening to some of the comments made. Look, I'm like Councillor Ivey and Councillor Wells. I can't support the rescission motion. There's nothing that I've seen or heard, and I must say I haven't had the same level of contact as Councillor Thornton has by the sound of it, members of the public. So maybe that's a privilege. I'm privileged to have not received that by the sound of it. But nevertheless, there's nothing I've seen or heard that would change my mind from the current motion that sits. So I won't be in support of the rescission motion on this instance. Thanks.
Further debate, councillors? There being Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to actually make a comment about this. It would not matter what date it was on. It would upset some people. You can never have everybody satisfied, whatever day you have Australia Day on. We know Australia Day is the 26th of January. I think it's very important that we hold our celebrations on the 26th of January. A lot of stuff happened in the past that hopefully we can learn from and move on. But yeah, I think I will support the rescission motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate? There being none, we'll go back to the mover, Councillor Toynton, for a right of reply to anything said in the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to Councillor Ivey's comments about not responding to these people who have arced up and had, infuriating comments about that. My position on that is I am an elected official. It is my job as a councillor to listen to people. Whether I agree with people or not, I at least have to hear them out and address their concerns. Just in relation to comments made about the Indigenous aspect of this. Now, I believe that for a lot of people, they would say that the 26th of January marked the beginning of the end with the arrival of the British. Now, when it comes to the British, if we were to denounce ties with them or to really jam it into them, the options would be, the reconciliation would be a treaty with the First Nations people. That's long overdue and it's needed. because that is a step in the right direction. The second option would be federally change the date. And a third option would be to really jam it into the British and say, all right, we will become a republic. But all of those things require a referendum and resolution on a federal level. And we're kidding ourselves if we can resolve any of that as a local council. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we have before us the rescission motion. All those in favour of the rescission motion? Four votes. All those against? 6 votes. Motion lost 4 votes to 6. Next item is CCL 25/214, draft Dubbo Regional Housing Strategy, and we will welcome back the CEO into the chair. Thank you, Ms Bassingwaite, for your efforts, acting CEO. He's got the sand out from between his toes and joins us. Welcome back. CCL 25/214, draft Dubbo Regional Housing Strategy. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Butler. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I would. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I love this report, and I must say I've seen a few different housing strategies, and but certainly one by Dubbo Regional Council I haven't seen in the past go as deep as this one, which not only encompassed just Dubbo as I suppose as a growing city, but also Wellington and all the villages. I haven't seen that level of depth previous in a report. So so well done for putting this together. I did have a question actually with respect to some of the content. I know that the report it's quite expensive. Obviously, it's going out now to community to look at. So we spent over $500,000 for this particular report. I just wanted to get a bit of an understanding of the terms of reference of the report. So just with respect to the grant application itself, was DRC dictated to by the government as a condition of the grant as to what must specifically be contained in the report? Obviously, there's a lot of other areas of rural land that could potentially be brought into this as well with respect to potential urban development or urban spread. I'm just wondering if we can just talk a little bit about that, the sort of terms of reference of that particular report and how it was how it come about in this respect today.
To the CEO.
Mr. Hallett. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your question. Under the federal government grant guidelines, this project had to improve planning capability to improve housing outcomes. Given housing outcomes are generally in urban areas, that's why we focused on the urban areas, the villages, the R5 land and affordable housing framework. So whilst the government didn't specifically say you must do A, B, C, we tailored this project to cover a lot of housing options for the region. We've looked at it holistically. The next step, well, maybe not the next step, but as a separate project, we need to review our rural strategies as well. If we were to include that in this body of work, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. That would involve significant community consultation, a significant body of work. So this focuses on the urban areas, and a future project would be looking at the rural area strategies.
And I have a question, Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one more. In the report, it does mention a few times the intervention opportunity area, and it shows it over a couple of different maps. I'm just wondering if you might be able to explain that, especially for those tuning in at home, what that specifically means. Thanks.
To the CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the housing strategy has a vision of improving housing. So in order to actually achieve that vision, we need to look at specific areas that could facilitate more housing. So it gives us the opportunity to focus on those areas and look at whether they would be suitable or not suitable for housing. So the next step following, or if the strategy does get adopted, we will then focus on those intervention areas and start looking at how we actually implement the strategy to achieve these improved housing outcomes. So really it's a way of focusing our attention on the implementation phase and the next step following its adoption.
One more question. Councillor Wright.
Thank you again. So just with respect to that then, I notice on, I don't know if I've got a page number on that one, I do, page 90 of that report of our business papers, which actually does highlight a lot of that area of Harefield Road, Hillside Drive, Whitewood Road, Pinedale Road, a lot of 25-acre type properties. Could you give us an example of what sort of intervention that would be? Would it be, for example, reducing minimum lot sizes in those areas? Is that the sort of thing we're thinking?
The CEO.
For that specific area, it would require an additional body of work where we look at infrastructure constraints, environmental constraints. So it wouldn't specifically say reduce the minimum lot size or change the zoning. It gives us the opportunity to look at that area more holistically and consider it as part of a larger precinct rather than just looking at smaller areas. So what this, and sorry for rambling, so what we would do following this is start investigating those constraints, opportunities. Given this is just a strategy, if it does get adopted, it won't change anything then and there. We still have to do further work to investigate those constraints, opportunities, and then do additional community consultation for this one in particular, if it were to be progressed. So there are other intervention opportunities that look at zoning changes, minimum lot sizes changes. So there's no one size approach that suits everything.
To the CEO for some additional information.
Yeah, I'll just pass to Mr. Jennings for some further insights.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just add a little bit more context there too for that question. That particular area of East Dubbo over the last probably 20 years has had some sort of varied projects. You've got Furgrove, you've got the Richmond Estate, you've got, you've got the Daisy Hill Estate. What it's about by including it in the strategy, as Mr. Howlett's touched on as well, is allowing us to have a more holistic view as to how that area could be developed or not. Now, there is constraints in that area, but we need to take a really good look at what they are over a sort of holistic area instead of just bite-sized chunks of different land areas in that precinct.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd echo Councillor Wright's comments. It is a fantastic report. There is a lot of information in there, and it really does. I'm not a town planner or anything, but it does obviously set a blueprint to be able to move forward and identify the areas where some development can undergo and be undertaken. But one thing I was a little bit concerned with, or queried, is some of the population and movements and projections seem to be very low. I noticed that for I think Wongarbin, it proposed to be about 2 houses per annum built in over the next 5 years, and I think Wellington was down to 4 houses per annum. Now I know these projections don't really influence the major finding or the major point of the report, which is to identify the areas where development can take place. But I just wondered whether my observations were correct and whether there's been any comments made about those low projection figures.
Thank you. Bernard Salt, the demographer, is talking tomorrow night at Warren at the Rotary fundraiser. May be able to get some info from him, but in the meantime, we'll throw to the CEO.
And Mr. Howlett again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Given this strategy has to be prepared in accordance with New South Wales government guidelines, we have to consider and take into account their population projections. Their population projections are done through a top-down approach where they say the local government area is growing by 1 to 2%, and then that gets filtered down into different areas. The way council approaches population growth is the bottom-up approach, where we look at historical approvals, historical constructions. Whilst we don't always agree on what that population would be, because we have that bottom-up approach, we think ours are more informed and more realistic. But at the end of the day, the purpose of these projections and this growth is to show that yes, the region is growing. So in order to plan for that growth, we need this strategy to help us plan for that growth.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Ivey? No. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Butler?
Thank you again. Yes, look, again, I would echo an amazing report, lots of detail, and some really interesting facts. One of them was that there was the same amount of households that have a couple with no children as a couple with children. That was like in Dubbo it was 40-40. So just interesting little, there was 20% single families, that sort of thing. So some really interesting demography in there. I think just maybe it's more of a comment, but housing is probably one of the most critical things that we can influence, perhaps, I guess, in a person's life. I mean, your house is, they used to say a man's house is his castle. I mean, everybody should have, I've heard people prescribe it as a basic right, that as a house, they need a house. We are facing a situation where housing is unaffordable, particularly to the up and coming generation. And if you're not in the housing market, the chance of getting into the housing market is almost nil. And certainly I can only see, the comment I'm trying to get to is that like we can do all these wonderful plans and we can infill and we can do these strategies and we should. And I totally support and I thank you for that document. And I think it's a reasonable plan going forward. However, I think the main drivers of housing unaffordability, if I can put it that way, is essentially things like immigration at unprecedented levels. So not that there's anything wrong with immigration, don't get me wrong, but those who are aware of the situation would know that Australia is doing 500,000 per year now, which is roughly a third over the original projection, as it were. Again, nothing wrong with that. My dear wife immigrated from Holland many years ago, but I'm wondering as a country whether we're maybe being too generous. I don't know if that's such a word, but a responsible level is what I'm trying to get at of immigration. And also the other thing that drives housing prices is electricity prices. And of course, with the renewable projection of 82%, that's only going to skyrocket. So I guess it's more, let's be aware that we can do a bit of window dressing and we can make things and shuffle the deck a bit and make things more amenable to housing. But at the end of the day, if we're going to get people to afford houses and make houses actually affordable, then we have to look at wider issues. And I don't know if council may not even have an ability to speak to those issues. I don't know, that may be something we can't even do. But if the underlying factors such as high electricity prices and excess immigration are not dealt with, then we're really fighting a losing battle. So I just wanted to say thanks again for a great report. I think it's a great strategy going forward. But maybe as the general public, maybe we need to lobby our state members or federal members to see if there can be something done about the actual fundamental drivers of what is causing our housing to be so expensive. And so when my dad was raising us as a family, he was an electrician. He could raise a wife and kids, buy a house, buy a car, even have a house by the sea and a motorboat if they wanted, on one wage. Now, a couple with two wages is struggling to make ends meet, and they're choosing between food and insurance and things like that, and the basics of life. And then there's many, as you know, and the report addresses that too. The number of homeless, I think, is 500 or something in the report. And so that is definitely a huge issue. I think it's a human right issue. I'm glad we're doing something about it, but maybe I can encourage us as a general public even just to raise the awareness with our state and federal members as well, because it's probably beyond our scope to some degree to those initial drivers. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we'll go back to Councillor Wright as the original mover.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll put that motion on the draft Dubbo Regional Housing Strategy. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. CCL 25/215, Action Plan Review, Customer Experience Strategy 2021 to 2027. Someone to move an alternative motion? Councillor Ryan, can you please read that out?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yep, alternative motion CCL 25/215. Action Plan Review, Customer Experience Strategy 2021-2027, that the draft customer experience strategy 21-27 and draft customer experience charter go on public exhibition for community feedback for a period of not less than 28 days. That a report of the public exhibition outcomes be prepared for council.
Thank you very much. A seconder, Councillor Toynton. Thank you. Councillor Ryan, would you like to speak to that at all?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Questions? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a little bit of clarification. I noticed that the report is called the Action Plan Review for the Customer Experience Strategy, which goes from 21 to 27. Here we are in 25. What's happening? Why do we need to do something in 25 for a review that was, I think, adopted back in June of 2021? So could we just have a bit of explanation, please?
To the CEO.
Yeah. Firstly, before I pass on to Ms. Pickering, it is always worthy, you might have a 4-year plan, but as a sense check and reviewing how you're tracking as well. So I think that's important, not just to set and forget and then at the end go, gosh, we didn't quite get that right. So I think that's the fundamental principle of having, whilst you might have a 4 or 5 year plan, having a check-in point, but I'll throw to Ms. Pickering for more detail.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's right. So back in 2021, we set a strategic direction through the customer experience strategy. That initial action plan was only for the first 3 years. And so now we have gone back out to our internal and external customers for that sense check and gathered all that feedback, and we have come up with a next action plan that will take us through to for the next 3 years.
Thank you. Any further debate or questions, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I did have just a question with respect to, it was page 410, just talk about the feedback report. Internal staff were identified a consultant strategy, talk a bit about internal feedback, but it also made mention in a couple of diagrams or a couple of pictures, 42 days of consultation resulted in 23 surveys completed, and with about 750 staff with council, that seemed quite low. I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about that and how other consultation was done other than the 23 surveys completed. Thanks.
To the CEO.
Ms. Pickering.
Thank you again, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So customer experience, while we provide an experience to our customers in the community, we also thought it was quite critical that we reached out to our internal customers, being those key service areas across the organisation. So the survey that you're referring to was one tool that we implemented to reach our internal stakeholders. During those 42 days, we took quite an in-depth consultation process where we met with various teams, divisional managers meetings and groups. We had presentations and emails and so forth. So a lot of the feedback that we got was actually in that sort of face-to-face environment. This survey, however, was to capture those who fell through the cracks or potentially through time constraints or circumstantial constraints across the organisation. We couldn't sort of get to them face to face. So that is probably why you're seeing that sort of lower participation. But yeah, I think the process as a whole was quite a robust process.
Thank you. Further questions or debate, councillors? There being none, we'll go back to the original mover for a brighter reply to anything there. Councillor Ryan?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. CCL 25/216, renaming of Local Traffic Committee to Local Traffic Forum due to delegation changes. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Councillor Wells, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I do have a question.
Yes.
Just, it seems like a lot of administrative process to change the name of a committee to a forum. So I'm just getting some clarity behind that, please.
Thank you. To the CEO.
Ms. Wade.
Thank you. So
The delegation, so council traditionally have been delegated by Transport for New South Wales to hold this committee. It's a mandated committee. They hold the delegations to it and they delegate to council to run the committee. So through their delegation updates and changes, not a great deal will change. Still local traffic matters such as events and minor road things like parking and stuff like that will actually still go through, but it still remains the same that council will still make the decisions on those matters. The minor changes from this delegation change will be that there's no voting in the committee now, so they won't actually recommend to council anymore. They will just discuss the items, raise any issues or concerns for council's consideration when they go to resolve the matter. And the other small change will be now that the agenda and minutes will be publicly available on council's website, which they weren't previously. So it'll continue on as normal, same representatives, nothing much will change except a few minor things like that.
Thank you. To the CEO for some further.
Yep. So the short answer is there's no choice. Transport for New South Wales, it's a thou shalt.
Any other debate, councillors? No. We'll put that then. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. CCL 25/217, Wellington Res Training Centre, Progress and Local Benefits. We now have before us a question on notice from Councillor Chowdhury with the response provided. Are there any questions from councillors for the purpose of clarification? Councillor Ivey.
Mr Mayor, I don't know whether it's, I would like to make a comment. Can I comment as well as ask, or only ask a question?
Find out off the CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor. No, you can comment. It's not, you can't debate the answer from staff under the Code of Meeting Practice.
I certainly don't want to do that. I just want to congratulate Councillor Chowdhury on raising those questions because I think that they are just so important. They're so important to Wellington. We've talked about the housing strategy, some of the growth projections for Wellington I think are hopefully too low. I think they don't paint a particularly rosy picture there at all. But I think the projections are wrong. I think that with what's happening in our region now, there are lots of very positive things which will promote growth and development in the Wellington town. One of which, of course, is the React Centre. Look, I know that within the community and within the council, there's some opposition being raised to it. But can I just say, look, here is an opportunity for a absolutely changing of complete direction and hope for Wellington. Over the years, Wellington, because its geographical location, has been quite good for a training centre. We've had Soil Conservation had their training centre out there for a number of years and used to bring people from all over the state to be trained. We've got the Fire Brigade bring people right from out New South Wales and particularly the Sydney area out to train here in Wellington. We had a native vegetation unit here in Wellington for a number of years that was closed down with a change of government. But there have been a number of instances there where we have had training institutions, and it is it's a game changer for the community. And this React Centre has the potential for being a major focus for the Wellington community and the Wellington economy. Imagine if we could get behind this and make it work, and it is a fantastic options there for training, everything from the traffic control to forklift control to working with heights to electrical work to form work to in the recycling industry. The opportunities are enormous, and one of the things is that we've got a local population that are willing to get in and be trained. We've got that would help the promotion of employment opportunities within the town, but also it would bring people in from right through New South Wales for this training to get their yellow tickets or their white tickets or their blue tickets or whatever they'll be, or even larger apprenticeships to become qualified electricians. So I think it is just a fantastic opportunity. Let's get behind it. Let's make it work. The money being spent, it's not ratepayer money at all. It was a grant from the government. It is to be used to build infrastructure. And so I hesitate to say it, but at least if in years to come the training centre is not fully used, then at least we'll have a building which can be well and truly used for other purposes. So it is just a no-brainer. It's a win-win. So thank you, Councillor Chowdhury, for raising it. Thank you to the staff for providing such a comprehensive answer. Thank you.
Anything further, councillors? No, we move on to the next one. CCL 25/218, operating losses from the DRC Aquatic Leisure Centres. We now have before us a question on notice from Councillor Dickerson with the response provided. Are there any questions from councillors for the purpose of clarification? No. We move on to the next one. CCL 25/219, wood heaters in new residential developments. We now have before us a question on notice from Councillor Dickerson and will receive a verbal response to the CEO.
Through Mr Mayor to Mr Jennings.
Through you, Mr Mayor, in respect of question 1 in the questions on notice, Council can approve a new residential dwelling house which includes a wood heater as part of the design. There are 2 approval pathways for the installation of wood heaters. Pathway A is an application made under Section 68 of the Local Government Act 1993, or Pathway B, nominating in a development application for a new dwelling or additions to a dwelling for the approval of a wood heater. Wood heaters are also required to be installed in accordance with the manufacturer's specifications and the requirements of Australian Standard AS/NZS 2918. Question 2. Council is not aware of any proposal from the New South Wales Government to ban or restrict wood heaters in new residential developments. Question 3. Council cannot impose a blanket prohibition on approving new wood heaters. This is because Section 68 of the Local Government Act 1993 allows with approval the installation of a wood heater. Council can consider a policy setting which limits or controls the provision of wood heaters. This includes, but may not be limited to, such things as limiting the location of where new wood heaters could be approved by Council. Any policy would be required to be considered by Council and placed on public display for a period of no less than 28 days prior to Council considering the policy and any submissions received. Such a policy would be required to be considered by Council under Section 89 of the Local Government Act 1993 when considering an application for a new wood heater. Regarding New South Wales level change, as included in the question, amendments to both the Local Government Act 1993 and the Protection of the Environment Operations Act, Clean Air Regulation 2022, would be required.
Thank you. Are there any questions from councillors for the purpose of clarification? No. Thank you. We move on to the next one. CCL 25/220, comments and matters of urgency. We'll start with Councillor Butler.
No, thanks, Mr Mayor. I haven't.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm just going to mention this Friday night is the St Vincent de Paul annual sleep out. And I know a number of, actually I'm not sure if a number of our fellow councillors, but a number of other acquaintances I know will be sleeping in the Old Dubbo Jail this Friday night. And I know the Mr CEO slept there a couple of times. I'm not sure if you're going to join us again this year. We've talked a bit about homelessness. Councillor Butler raised it in one of those reports. And this time of year, there's we'll sleep rough Friday night, but there's a lot of people that sleep rough every night this time of year. And we talk about bad weather, cold weather, and if you're sleeping homeless, it's bad when it's cold, and it's worse when it's cold and it's wet. This is a way to raise awareness, but also to raise a bit of money. St Vincent de Paul do this each year. They do it around the state, from my understanding. The money that's raised locally stays locally, and it does go inject back into our local community, so it doesn't sort of vanish into cyberspace. So if you have an opportunity to join us, it's only Tuesday. You've got a couple of nights left to grab your sleeping bag, pillow, and maybe even a stretcher. It is a novel way to spend your Friday night, to actually sleep inside the walls of the old Dubbo jail. But it's also a great way to raise that awareness and raise some money. So I think if you Google St Vincent de Paul Sleep Out Dubbo, you'll find it. Otherwise, reach out to me. I'll point you in the right direction to jump online and donate some funds to some very worthy people that need our help. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Oh, no, nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Toynton.
No, nothing stands out this month. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of things. One, a couple of weeks ago, I had the great privilege of going along to the presentation of the awards for the Victor Chang Institute Science Award, the STEM Awards in Dubbo. I think it was the Victor Chang Institute some years ago instituted this process whereby teachers from secondary schools could nominate a student from year 11 who showed great aptitude and skills and development in science or STEM subjects. And that, I think, was put on hold a bit through COVID, but started up again this year in the Dubbo Regional Council area anyway. And I think we had 8 students nominated from secondary schools through the LGA, and they were terrific. They were just given a certificate describing what they'd done. But to me, actually, I thought the highlight was the keynote speaker who the Victor Chang Institute sent out. Lauren Cook was a PhD student from Victor Chang Institute who was working on an aspect to do with cellular culture and heart diseases, and she was fantastic. I said to her afterwards, she was only she was a Dubbo student. She was a recipient of the Victor Chang Award back in 2017. She went through the Dubbo Senior College, and then she went to University of New South Wales, graduated with an honours degree in advanced science, and then was picked up by the Victor Chang Institute to do a PhD. And she came out and just addressed the students. And as I say, she was fantastic. If she doesn't make it in research, I think she'll be pretty good as a motivational speaker. So it was, I thought it was just really good. And I think the last council meeting, we gave $20,000 to the Karting Association or something, which is really good. I think it's good that we do promote some of those things in the Dubbo regional area. But, you know, here is the academic side of our area, which was really shining through. So I think that was fantastic. And the other thing, I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'll raise it anyway. We received the news this morning of the CEO departing from Dubbo to go to Coffs Harbour. All I can say with that, Mr CEO, is that it's Coffs Harbour's gain and it's our loss. I think you've done a fantastic job over the short time that I've been in council. And I think that you bring great attributes, a great people person. You're very aware of what drives people, and you're very you've got great empathy to people. I think you've shown very great leadership, both within our council area, or councillors, but obviously just looking in from the outside within the staff too. So thank you very much, again, personally from me, what you've helped me with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to mention one thing, which was last Tuesday, I got to attend with a number of other councillors the first of the Village Road Show. And I found that to be, whilst it was cold, it was a really good conversation between the residents of both Wongarbin and Geary, and enabling the councillors as well as some of the directors to listen to the residents of those areas. And happy to see that there's more of those Village Roadshow will continue to roll out, and I find them really interesting and engaging. So just wanted to give a shout out to those. I won't say anything about Murray. I'll probably talk to him in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, more just a few shout outs. Look, last Saturday saw the wrap up of the Wellington Junior Soccer, and the committee that runs an awesome season over there with the facilities that they have at the moment. As everyone knows, the facilities were destroyed. So I just want to shout out to the junior soccer for the Saturday efforts that they put in with the facilities that they have. Shout out to both the rugby league and rugby union teams of Wellington. Wellington Cowboys just were knocked out on the weekend in finals football, as was the Wellington Redbacks. And another shout out that I'd like to say is, look, I didn't know this, but I attend the Louth races, as everyone here knows. But the auctions that they do with the Louth Golf Day, the Gundabooka versus Louth, the money that's raised actually goes to the Macquarie Homestay in Dubbo. So this year, through the auction and donations, $5,300 was raised on that that event. So yeah, shout out to those guys too.
Thank you. Online, Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just the good and the bad. On the good side, just a quick birthday wishes to Councillor Chowdhury and Ivy, who have their birthdays coming up this week. And on the bad side, of course, as Councillor Ivy and Councillor Wells mentioned, it's a great shame to see Mr. Wood leaving Dubbo. I first worked with Mr. Wood back when he was a director and back in the Dubbo City Council days, and formed a good relationship with Mr. Wood during those years. And I think he did a fantastic job as a director. Of course, then when I came back to council, he was CEO at that stage, and exactly as Councillor Ivy said, I think Mr. Wood does a fantastic job with people. He's very collaborative in his approach. He's very caring in his approach to people. And from what I saw, working up close with Mr. Wood, certainly gave or got the best out of people that were around him. So absolutely, I would echo Councillor Ivy's comments that without a doubt, Mr. Wood will be a great loss to Dubbo Regional Council. On the almost positive side of that, Mr. Wood's been generous enough to not take up his new position until December, and that will give us enough time to be able to find a full-time replacement for Mr. Wood, because I don't think having an interim replacement is great for Dubbo Regional Council, great for our community, but that amount of time does give us enough time to find a permanent full-time replacement for Mr. Wood. So all the best, Mr. Wood, as you go forward, and hopefully we'll see each other in the next few months, but obviously hopefully we'll cross paths again from a council perspective. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
I'm good, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of quick things. Obviously, congratulations to the CEO, Mr. Wood, on his big career move and big lifestyle move. It's a bigger council, but I'm sure that he will miss the 1,100 kilometres of unsealed road network to maintain that we have in our LGA here. 21 years in Dubbo after coming from Cronulla and Sydney is a pretty good effort, a good stint, and you've really earned the opportunity at the exciting new opportunity for you at Coffs Harbour, and all the best for you and the family there. I had the opportunity yesterday to go to part of the day of the meeting in Wellington Domestic and Family Violence Accommodation Workshop, and heard about the desperate need for more accommodation to house men, women and children who are suffering from family and domestic violence in Wellington and surrounds. And it basically got down to it's a problem that can be solved with money. Most problems can be solved with money, and we really need the state and federal governments to step in and build the accommodation in our communities that we need. That will do from me this month. Confidential items. Under Section 10A of the Local Government Act, the next items being CCL 25 221, 222, 223, 224, 225 and 226 have been identified as likely to be discussed in a closed session of Council. Can I now have someone move us into confidential session to deal with the confidential items? Councillor Butler, and seconded by Councillor Wells. We have no applications from members of the public to make their representations regarding whether the meeting should be closed to the public. Do any members of the public in the public gallery have any comments to make regarding the proposal to hear the items in a closed session of Council under Section 10A4 of the Act? That being no. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of going into closed session. Carried unanimously. Or all those against, carried unanimously. I declare the motion carried, and we'll now move into closed session, the time being 6:59 p.m. The streaming will now be turned off, and any members of the public will be asked to leave the chamber. The chamber will be reopened and the live stream restarted after deliberations on this matter, with the resolutions to be made public. Please stop the web streaming. streaming. The council returned to open session at 9:28 p.m. Welcome back. I now ask the Governance Officer to play the resolutions from the confidential session. There are no further items for consideration of the ordinary council meeting, and I declare the meeting closed, the time being 9:30 p.m. Web streaming has now been completed. Thank you for your attendance. Please stop the web stream.